right now I can see 51 participants, but I think 60 are supposed to join with us. And some of the issues that I would like to say in the beginning, that you have to attend all the classes, and you know that by this time we are quite accustomed with the online protocols. And the online protocols are that whenever you are coming to join, you have to join properly, just like in the office. Because sometimes we have found that uh, some civic senses are missing uh, by some of the participants. Whenever somebody is talking, definitely they have to be allowed to talk, and others should remain muted. And also it should be properly clad and dressed up, just like in our normal offices, because sometimes it creates nuisance to others. Otherwise you have to put off your video. So these are some of the issues, and some of the other issues I would like to say that this time we are running through a crisis, and that's why we couldn't allow you to submit the registration fees, and that we are going to inform you how you can submit your registration fee, whether it will be through online payment or through the traditional bank debt. So we will inform. And secondly, you are joining without the submission of your forwarding letter from the appointing authority. So that we are also going to take, but it can be submitted later on. Until then, your certificate will remain withheld. So I would like to request our coordinators to evaluate the attendance and all that, and you are going to submit me a report so that finally who are going to get the certificate and who are not going to be awarded the certificate. So that depends on you. So attendance is a must, and it is not that you are just keeping your online system on and you are doing your work elsewhere. So try to go through, try to listen to all the lectures. Now, regarding the soft skill issues, why we are providing this sort of skill development among the faculty members as well as the scholars. Last year it was a success, and then I thought that it should be given another time, and it should percolate among our students and scholars as well, because many of us, we do not have the idea what soft skill is basically. I can just start with an example. Yesterday only a young man came to me, and he was urging some suggestions from me, some advice, that he fared quite well in the written examination, but every time while he was facing the interview board, he couldn't crack it. And for the several times he did it, but he couldn't get it. So what was the reason? And then I found that he is lacking some qualities in his personality. So soft skill is basically, it's a kind of personality development, and we know that we have both the hard skills and soft skills for a overall human personality. So hard skills, we put much emphasis through our teaching, learning, research and all that, but seldom we give any emphasis on the personality development. And this is the main issue, the major issue in these days. You know, this personality or soft skill that encompasses a lot of ideas, and it starts with the IQ first. And this IQ concept was a very old concept that started long back, since around say 1910s, when it was defined that the ratio of mental age to chronicle age. So how someone is better performer in terms of their intelligence quotient. But then it was found that intelligence quotient is not enough. Then the idea in 1990s came with the emotional quotient. So this emotional quotient is very important to understand not only our own strength in with reference to our emotions, and also to understand the emotions of the others. Because while you are teaching to some students, you need to understand the emotions of the students, otherwise you cannot communicate properly to the students, and according to their behavior, their psychological various parameters, interpersonal relationships, and all that. Then it was one step forward. So some of the companies uh, in the HR systems, the human resource management in the companies, particularly in the IT companies, some spiritual or social quotient came since the year 2000. And this spiritual, why this is important in Japan, it was long before it was practiced as quality circle. So what is that? If you are working in the same place and looking through the monitor, and uh, you are attached to your computing system, so that will create some fatigue in you, and then to release the stress we need to have uh, some kind of spiritual leaning, and social leaning, so that we can socially adjustable with others. Why this is so? Because the world is becoming very, very tough, and we are in this world we call the VUCA world. VUCA world is the volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And now the cooperation and competition, sometimes we cannot differentiate where we are competing and where we are cooperating. So if we have this sort of a boundary, if we can create a boundary that what to do and what not to do, so then we must have some kind of social quotient where we should not encroach upon others' boundaries, but we become more socialized, and can create an environment which can be cooperative. Then there is another concept coming since the Price Waterhouse and Coopers, they surveyed on various chief executives of the different companies, and then they found that some of the innovations that actually came from curiosity coefficient or quotient. So curiosity is very, very important, and very often I would like to advise our faculty members that what you are teaching in the classroom, then you shouldn't answer the students, and it is not your duty. Rather, you should encourage them to create some questions, raise questions. So innovative questions will lead to some kind of research and new learning beyond our curriculum, and we can design our curriculum to become it's a future friendly, so that some innovations comes. And you know that the world economy is the now knowledge economy, and where the Indians are going to contribute a lot in the future. And in terms of our median age of population, you know that we have the demographic dividend, but it is not just the number. We should have nurture the innovative ideas among the students, so that there should not be any gap between the industry and the academia. Earlier, it was thought that industry should remain in a different manner, and that should function in a different manner. But nowadays, we are very close in contact with the industries. So this curiosity coefficient is a very, very important parameter. Then coming the last issue that has been taking place is the adaptability coefficient or quotient. So this is again very important, because we are becoming vulnerable in various sectors, and then particularly whenever we are talking with the artificial intelligence and machine learning, then you should know that how to interact with the machines, with the softwares, with the automation. Then there should be adaptability. So adaptability with the machines, with the mans, and with the professionals, with the new environment. this requires not only the communication skill, but all the other skills that I have already discussed. So with these small notes, I think our faculty members in the home science department, particularly the two uh, very able coordinators, they have invited and designed the course in a fantastic way, and I have gone through the structure of the curriculum, and there I have found that the experts are coming from various fields, from the media to the industry to the academia, and I think it will be a grand success. And finally the success depends on how the participants are responding and what is the take home from this entire exercise. I'm very fortunate that Benjamin Garner has joined us, and he is going to deliver the keynote address today. And really, it will be a nice experience for all of us. So with this note, I formally inaugurate this session, this program. So thank you very much. It's over to Purba. Purba.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your encouraging words, dear all. Sir was saying about the attendance. I will come back to it later on. He is located in USA, and he was actually so kind enough to accept our invitation at such a short notice. And dear Professor Garner, we are actually grateful to you that you have accepted our invitation, and we warmly welcome you to this inaugural session as our keynote speaker. Just is not only a specialized professor of soft skills, but also he's a filmmaker, and he is actually specialized in developing this soft skill. He would be better and so Pubalidi, hello.
Yes, 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 yes.
Please
Sometimes,
welcome Professor Gardner, and yeah.
mm, yes, welcome, Professor Garner.
Thank you.
We are very fortunate that you have accepted our invitation, and we learned that you are globally famous in soft skill. And thank you very much. And Department of Home Science, from the Department of Home Science, I welcome you in this session. In this and at your place, I think it is about night 10 p.m. So at this time, thank you very much. Please, take
You
the.
have, yeah, you have accommodated us. We are actually very grateful to you. And the thing is that the weather here in Kolkata is lovely at this point of time, and we would love to host you in future in person,
There we
not
go.
like this. Yeah, yeah. So the dais is yours. The stage is yours, sir. We
Okay.
are taking a leave, and you just interact with your audience, and please encourage and you.
Okay. Can you all hear me?
Yes, you
Can
are
you make some
audible.
noise if you can hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Good
you.
morning.
Yes.
Um, I'm gonna try to put this. I'm gonna try to present. All right. Tell me if you can see this slide deck. Yes. Can y'all see this?
Discuss.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. And yes, it is 11 p.m. here, so if my children wake up from sleeping, I'll apologize in advance for going to put them back to bed. One of them is just on the other side of the room here. Thank you for inviting me, and I look forward to connecting with you after this on some level. It was thank you to Purba. I guess you found some of the articles I had written on soft skills. And I'll tell you a little bit about myself, but I have found that the business community here in the United States really values soft skills and communication, and that's where my area is in my training. And so I've tried to develop some video training for them and for different the Association for Talent Development and Human Resources here in Atlanta, which is where I'm near. And for some high schools, I'm also doing some training on career development. So it's a good thing. So a little bit about our roadmap today. I'll tell you a little bit about my background and kind of the importance of why I got into talking to people about soft skills. And then it sounded like y'all were doing quite a few of these sessions. So to kind of foreshadow, I don't know everything that you're hoping to get out of this in terms of implementing training, but some of the research and talks that I've done involve the challenge of training. And we all go to these sessions that are like a 1 or a 2 day workshop, and then nothing happens. It's to kind of discuss that challenge as well. And then since you are going to be doing other talks on teamwork and other productivity things, I felt like the communication styles would be a good foundation for thinking about those other things. And I hope that's helpful for you. So by way of introduction, I received and earned my doctorate at the University of Kansas, which is many consider a top 20 communications school in the United States. And that's kind of in the middle of the country. Now I'm an associate professor. I was tenured 2 years ago, and that's at the University of North Georgia, and I'm about an hour north of Atlanta. Since 2014, we have to publish articles, and I've contributed to 45 or so, not articles, but that's a combination of peer-reviewed journal articles, conference presentations, consulting activities. So that's kind of my background. These are in business communication and also in marketing. And then I also do some documentary film just because I love it and enjoy it. I've had 3 films that have aired on our PBS station, which is our most nationally respected sort of stations at the local level. And then I have one of my films that has aired digitally on some of the different apps, like if you go onto Apple TV or you go to Amazon Prime and the PBS app, you can find one of my documentaries on farmers markets. Actually, it's not on soft skills, but so I have some different work there. But I've used the documentary film training to develop some videos for my students also and my clients on training soft skills. And so out of the video and documentary, I've built some training courses, and that's probably where Purba found me. I had some different articles and some videos out there on the internet on communication, on professionalism, and some of the things that we'll talk about. So what are soft skills? It's one of these buzzwords, and I'm not sure if that's a slang that's only used here, but just a trendy word that has come into our vocabulary, and a lot of it is because people say with phones nowadays, young people can't communicate. We all sort of complain about it, but there's some truth to it that when we use our devices all the time, different generations aren't practicing their communication skills, not only with each other, but also across generations. And so there's some challenges there. So I'm defining soft skills as the opposite of technical skills. And I have, through my research, broken it down into, I found kind of 5 basic categories of soft skills, 5 dimensions. Other people might separate it or organize it a little differently. And I'll mention a few theorists you can read, but this is the way I've kind of chopped it up. Number one is social skills, and this includes things like teamwork and leadership, simply getting along with other people. Number two, in terms of a dimension, is awareness. So this is, are you aware of your own self, your own emotional intelligence? Number three is communication, and this has different channels and dimensions: interpersonal, group, phone, email, text, etiquette. Self-management. This is something I try to teach my students in terms of, in this COVID era, they're having to do more self-management now than they used to, because they're having to do more online classes. And so they're having to be self-managing. People now are working more remotely. So their self-management soft skill is being really challenged because they're having to set a schedule and follow it. There's no one forcing them to do that. And then finally, one of the soft skills that I hear employers complain about most often is attitude and work ethic, motivation, this idea of being able to just get yourself to work early or on time. And I know I'll mention cultural dimensions to things, but at least here in the United States, that work ethic is something that there is a strong sense of entitlement in certain demographics of students and in employees, but not all, certainly not all. Now, just to mention down here on the bottom, these are two names that I use a lot. Daniel Goleman, if you haven't read his work, he has about 5 or 7 books on emotional intelligence that are very, very useful. So some of this is drawn from that. This is a journal article by Marcel Robles in which she charts the most common soft skills. So there are a number of books I've read, some of them better than others. But that's where some of these different traits are coming from. So some of the most common ones: professionalism, initiative, communication, flexibility, teamwork, self-confidence, leadership, empathy, political awareness, influence and social influence, integrity and ethics, they go together, and then interpersonal skills. Now, it's important to see that this is not an exhaustive list. In other words, there are more that you could add to this, but I think you'll also agree that this is not one thing. And I think that's one of the most key points to say about soft skills. It's not one skill that you can train for. Any one of these skills, you could have a training program to establish. And so that's why we need to name it and understand the challenge that we're really talking about a lot of skills here, a lot of different skills. They have the common elements that I mentioned, but they are different skills. Just a few different things about why soft skills matter, and you wouldn't be interested in this if it wasn't something that you felt like it mattered. Not only are employees looking for students and new employees with these skills, but I'll tell you a few different things that comes out in the research. According to Daniel Goleman and some of his work, he has case studies on people who with soft skills were promoted more quickly and made more money and were more effective at their jobs. They were able to, other research talks about being able to handle difficult situations and challenging communication. You're able to form alliances and teams, and more companies nowadays are using teams as a way, kind of a work unit. And so being able to work with different people who communicate, who maybe have a different religion or a different communication style, as we'll talk about, is really important. And then increased productivity with more emotion-based training and soft skills, you can really increase your productivity. So I wanted to give you 2 studies that kind of illustrate this. There was a study done where a group of scientists and researchers provided what we call an intervention. They went in and they trained with the company in the sales, and they found that they could create a 9% increase in sales productivity. So by doing just a limited amount of sales and emotion-focused training. And another one, which is actually from India, it was a garment factory study, and I've had this study for more than a year now that I've read it, but they did some implementation of soft skills and communication training, other types of things like that, and they witnessed an 11 to 20% increase in productivity. And in terms of the return on the investment, it was initially after, and I can't remember exactly the number of months, but very soon after the training, there was a 73% return on the investment. But when you look back even later, like 12 months later, 16, 18 months later, that number had increased to 250%. So the return on how much the training cost. And some of the things that this Garment study showed was that when you trained, in some cases, I remember when you trained women to do a certain task, they would then be able to help each other, and then they formed more team and alliances, and they gave more confidence, and they helped their children. So this was a big return on the investment for training. And it wasn't just soft skills. There was some financial literacy as well, but it was a lot about leadership and soft skills. So I've kind of briefly talked about where I'm coming from and why it's important. And I'm going to pause here for a minute and just say, before we dive into the challenges of training and the foundations, I just want to stop sharing for a minute and make sure everything's still good. Are we all? Can we give me a thumbs up if everything's still all right? Yes. All right, I'm not seeing any thumbs up. All right, there we go. All right. You can at least laugh or smile, and that'll tell me that I'm doing something right. So there we go. All right, so I'm going to present again just to make sure. Give me 1 second here. I don't want to just talk and talk and talk and not be able to hear me. All right, so can you tell me one more time? One of you take your audio off and tell me, can you still see this now?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll continue then. The latter part of my discussion talks about the challenge of training and then also the foundation. And I may be completely wrong on this. I was given to understand y'all are in education settings where you might be doing some training or thinking about it for your teams. And so I think it's important, we do trainings at my university, and they force us to do these online trainings where I have to click through. And I'm not sure if y'all do these things, mandatory training. And a lot of times it's on things like ethics and compliance, or it's on, recently we had one on information security, phishing scams, things like that. And most people don't like doing these trainings. So we need to acknowledge that there's some real challenges here. So first of all, how do you train soft skills? And I will be, and the phrase we use here in the States is, I will not sugarcoat that. It's very difficult. And what I mean by that is, I'm not going to pretend that it's easy, because it's not. Because what we're talking about when you talk about soft skills, whether it's flexibility or communication or self-management, this is forming habits and new habits. And this is why, we have my children are ages 4 and age 8, and we're spending years teaching them how to do these things. And for some reason, some generations have been trained differently. And now with technology, they're being influenced and trained by the technology. And that, in my opinion, is not a great thing. Obviously, technology is good, or we couldn't be doing this. But it's changing the way we communicate and the way people practice. So we have to be very intentional about habit formation. Now, when you look at the research on habit formation, it depends. It can be anywhere from 19 days that it takes to form a new habit to maybe 260 days, depending on how complex the task is. And soft skills training is on the complex end. I might be able to train myself to make a cup of coffee every morning after just 19 days, but I can't necessarily be more flexible long-term unless I do it for longer than that. So that's the goal, is habit formation, because we're trying to be different. It is difficult, and then feedback is required. Daniel Goleman talks about a feedback loop. Others talk about this as well. You can't do this in isolation because it's inherently a social practicing sort of thing. And then you need to practice, and you try it again. And so to some extent, I'm going to venture off into an opinion rather than in my research and say, at least in the United States, some of our what we call cancel culture. I'm not sure if y'all have any of that phenomenon here. You can mention it later. A culture where we cancel things if a person makes a single mistake. There's something deeply problematic about that, because it doesn't give that person an opportunity to learn. They're getting the feedback, but then they're canceled. So I think in our organizations, we need to build in ways that people can get feedback and improve, and then practice that again. So that's just my opinion. You can take it or not, but that's something that when I look at the literature on training, I also notice that our culture doesn't necessarily encourage this. So the other thing is that it's long-term. It's not a short-term fix. When I've done some small amount of trainings here in the United States, people and organizations are very busy, and they want to do it all in one day in a workshop. And the best training research shows that it needs to be done over time, not just as a short-term project. And so for that to be truly successful. Now, this is ideal. I'm just telling you how you would train. Now, let's be honest and acknowledge that we don't always do the ideal of training. And why is that? That's because there are barriers that prevent us from doing that. In organizations here in the United States, it's very hard to motivate employees. Employees often don't see the acronym WIFM, what's in it for them, right? Employees don't always see that the soft skills will return on the investment of their time and energy. Maybe you are an employee who wants to train, but your executives and the C-level, CEO, COO, don't feel like it's worth spending the $5,000 to $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 to train the team. So you have to convince them and for time and money. There's also a very little time. Employees are busy, and in some of the situations I've done some training, the manager asked the employees to do it on their own time. And what that did was it meant that it didn't happen because the employees were busy with the job that makes them money. And it was really the manager's fault for not prioritizing it enough. But time is an obstacle. Another thing is just managers are very busy, and they have to put in a lot of time and energy if they're going to train their people. Another challenge is scale. Some of your organizations may only have 5 to 10 people, and that's easier to train, but other organizations have 100 to 1,000 of employees. And so when you're talking about scaling any kind of training program for soft skills, you need to acknowledge and think about scale as well. And then, of course, budget is also critically important, especially in a pandemic type situation. More people are having to do more with less, and our university and other things are certainly the case as budgets kind of contract. So that's also important. The last one, as I mentioned, is that there is a tendency to what we do call an info dump, which is kind of a poor way of just saying a 1 to 2 day workshop where a person, nothing against them, and that's what we do at conferences, where we go to a bunch of sessions and then we don't think about it again for the rest of the year, as opposed to more sophisticated training where you check in once a week with your manager or with a trainer, or they call you once a month and they give you goals. So that's kind of the ideal, and these are some barriers. Now, when we're talking about adults, and I'm assuming, and I may be wrong, but Purba, you can correct me if need be, but we're talking about training people at your organizations and in your universities that are adults. And so when you do training for adults, there's some noticeable differences in the literature. And we have something called adult learning theory, and you might want to Google that and just read a little bit about it. I'm going to tell you some about it, but it also has to do with this thing called the 70-20-10 rule in terms of motivation. So the next slide that I'm going to share with you is kind of illustrating some of these things in more detail. And I want you to see that this is I've come up with kind of 7 characteristics of ideal training based on the literature. Now, if you're going to implement a training program on soft skills, maybe you're going to pick one trait, like professionalism, or maybe time management. And so you might use these 7 characteristics, and you probably can't do all of them because it's an ideal scenario, but I just wanted to at least have mentioned them to you. And it relates to the previous slide. So adult learning theory says that for adult learners, not just young undergraduate students or high school students, you really need to generate internal motivation. Now, you all are in this conference, and so by that, you're somehow, some reason, you're motivated to be here, either because someone asked you to come, or in my case, with some of our trainings at my university, the university mandates that we train, or you may just be interested in some of these things. Now, to go further beyond just internal motivation, you need to also view it and see it as relevant to your work. That's what adult learning theory says, that you're going to be able to teach people more and more effectively if you can make connections to how they work. Another thing, so now we go to the 70-20-10 rule, and that means that, if I'm going to come back really quickly here, this rule is what I'm about to talk about as well. 10% is actually the new content. So we tend to think about training as, I'm going to get all of this new information. But really, the 70-20-10 rule, and some people break it down a little bit differently, you know, but it's basically the same thing. 10% is the new material. That could be this PowerPoint and this discussion. It could be something from the conference that you're doing. It could be a book that you read, like a common book. So you actually get new material and new ideas. 20% of adult learning actually happens through social situations. You learn from each other. You watch, you provide feedback. And then 70% is actually on-the-job learning. So at some point, you can learn all you want here about new material, but unless you use it on the job or you learn from other people, your learning will be limited. On-the-job learning is really the most important part, which is you put it into practice. And so a few other points about ideal training. Not only does it generate motivation internally and does it kind of conform to some of these guidelines, but it's got to be sustainable for employees and it's got to be sustainable for managers. Ideal training, as I mentioned, you need to make sure that you're supporting employees with time, with incentives, other things. If you have a very large organization, it could also be very overwhelming for managers to do a really good job at that. So it needs to be sustainable in the sense that, I'm not saying you could never ask them to do a training on the weekend, and I'm not sure how y'all's work week works there. People work at nights and weekends here, but in general, Monday through Friday, of course, they're at work, and they'll do some work on the weekends, but it's more appropriate. You're going to get more motivation if you do it during the workday, and the manager actually supports that. Now, again, the manager has to have enough time as well, so that has to come from the top down as well. And then the last thing for ideal training is a feedback loop. And a feedback loop, again, mentions that here's how you're doing on this, try this differently. And you go try that, and then you come back and you get more feedback. And I think that what we don't do justice to in academia and maybe in the university setting is we don't have what's called a growth mindset. The growth mindset, it says that we don't have a fixed mindset about how much we can learn or how good we can get at something. People with a growth mindset in the business world are constantly looking to learn and improve. And at least in some of the university settings I've been, I just finished our annual evaluation, right? We do these every year. And it's kind of like, oh boy, we meet once a year and it's a check-in to see if you're in trouble. It's not, how can we perform better this year? And I think academics could do a lot better about having a more positive feedback loop for ideal training. So this, just to summarize, you may not be able to do all of these, but you might want to take a screenshot or just look at adult learning theory when you're thinking about implementing any of your training things from your workshop that you do this week into your real life and your real universities. So we've kind of now covered the first 3 points, and I wanted to move beyond just the importance of the soft skills and then the challenges of training to now kind of lay the foundation of what I believe is the foundation of soft skills, which is the way we communicate with one another. And so that's the last point that I want to discuss today. And the way we communicate is based on many things. It's a combination of genetics and also culture. The psychology term for this, of course, is nature and nurture. And I'm going to talk about communication styles. And this particular one that I'm going to do, you may have seen it. It's adapted from some work psychologists named Merrill and Reed in 1981. Their work psychology goes back many, many decades before that. Now, there are many other different ways that organizations in the US and globally will look at communication styles and personality, many of which you might have heard about or known about. The DISC, D-I-S, is one very popular one. It costs a lot of money for people to get evaluations, and it's got some similarities to this. Many of you have heard of the Myers-Briggs personality test and the type indicator, and that's free online. You can take some different tests. There are other ones that I use in my classes. I use a conflict management one and one called the self-monitoring one. But essentially, this is where I start with students and with clients, helping them understand, okay, how do you communicate versus other people? Now, the reason I like this one, and if you want the full title of this book that's based on, I can provide that to you. But I've been teaching this for many years. The reason this is really more useful, in my opinion, than a Myers-Briggs personality test is that this particular set of theory gives you action steps that you can take. I happen to be something, on a personality test, sometimes I'll read those books and I love them, I really like them, and I'll say, well, I'm an ENTJ. Maybe you know those 4 letters. And I'm an ENTJ, but maybe I'm an ENTP. And there's really nothing that the book talks about like you can do with that. It just kind of describes, well, this is how you are. Whereas this particular set of theory, I really like it because it says, depending on what style you are, you can take certain actions to be a better communicator. And that's what we're going to look at today. So this theory is based on 2 variables, responsiveness and analytics and drivers, amiables and expressive. So analytical types and driver types are low responsive. That means they're not as responsive to emotion, and people's emotion, they're not as intuitive with emotional intelligence. It takes more practice for them. And they're also more task focused. So we'll talk specifically about these people, but when you're thinking about how do I improve my soft skills, how do I communicate better with someone, how do I be more flexible with that person, it starts with understanding who you are communicating with and who you are as a communicator. So analytics and drivers, I'll describe all of these in a minute, but they are less responsive. Amiables and expressives are more responsive to emotion. They're more relational, and they tend to focus on relationships and the underlying emotional content. In a sense of emotional intelligence, they can have more empathy typically. And then on the other variable besides responsiveness is how assertive you are. We find that drivers and expressives are highly assertive, which means that they will honestly, they will talk more than other people. They will speak up quicker. They will take action faster. Whereas analytical and driver types, analytical and amiable types are lower on the assertiveness scale. And again, for a full reading, I can this book title from Merrill and Reed, 1981. So I want to go into these a little in depth. So if this is interesting to you, please hang in there. This is some really good stuff. Let's first look at the analytical. And this is a type of person who's your typical research scientist. And I would bet that if many of you are in academia, many of you will fit this trait. They're detailed-oriented, thorough, very precise and accurate and disciplined, and they analyze complexity, and they're very logical. My father is actually a professor as well, and has been for 45 plus years. He's very analytical. He's hard to read. He can be picky and critical, a little bit hesitant and unsure sometimes, and it's very difficult to read or understand what he's thinking sometimes. Other analyticals are similar. Now, in the business world, you can think about analyticals, and I'm not sure if you're taking notes, and it's completely fine if you're not. I'm not expecting you to, but you might want to write out the word engineer, because a typical analytic is often, a typical engineer, and many that I've known are highly in the analytical trait. They love to solve problems, and they don't mind being very blunt or direct. And what some people consider even rude, because they're so focused on getting the task done. And as they develop their managerial roles and get more confidence, they often become drivers. So let's take a look at drivers. The strengths of drivers are they're natural leaders. They take initiative. They're very efficient and disciplined. And they all, like analytics, are rational and logical. But the challenge with drivers is that people perceive them as pushy or dominating. In many situations, I can be considered a driver, and so I take initiative first. And I've had to work on and practice making sure I included everyone in the discussion so that I wasn't perceived as pushy or dominating. Sometimes drivers are not very supportive. Remember, they're focused more on getting a task done than just supporting their teammates, but that can be ineffective sometimes. You have to make sure and practice that. They can also be difficult to read in terms of their facial expressions. Now, if you're writing your notes down here, a typical driver might be someone like an entrepreneur, person who does a startup, because they're going to take action, maybe even take action before they have all the information. Another driver that I might say could be a military leader, because they're good at organizing and giving direction. They're task focused. And so drivers, again, are getting things done, natural leaders, but sometimes they can move forward too quickly. Now, to go all the way to the bottom left quadrant, you have amiables. They're kind of the opposite of drivers. They're considered the most relationship-oriented of all of the types of people. They're flexible, they're supportive and fun and even positive. They're very easy to read their facial expressions. Their weaknesses for amiables are that they tend to avoid conflict. They hate conflict. They don't like asking people to do things for them. They don't want to be an imposition. They're often indecisive. They take a lot of time to make. They don't want to make a mistake, and they often compromise too much. They give in fairly quickly. Now, most people, I joke about saying that these are the most fun types because they're very supportive, and they have to learn how to take management roles as well. And they can, and I know people who have. Now, the last one is an expressive. So like amiables, they're very outgoing and very relationship-oriented, but they're also leaders as well. Now, these are some of the most talkative of all the types, and they're very easy to read. They're more people-oriented. They're like drivers, but just more people-oriented. Now, the weaknesses are that they can be talking out loud and overwhelming, and sometimes come across as undisciplined. If you talk to and communicate with an expressive, and I have with one of my administrators, she was a wonderful leader, but you would leave the meeting and she would have said at least 10 or 15 things. But she didn't really intend for you to do all of them. So quickly I had to learn. I wrote them down and said, now which do you want me to do moving forward? So sometimes, and I can sometimes be an expressive too, they brainstorm and talk out loud as a way to think about their ideas. So just to put this all into perspective, I put natural preferences, and this relates to kind of the data that, in an organization that they're most comfortable with. Analytics and drivers both like logic and data and trends. Not that they don't like other things, but that's maybe their dominant mode of persuading them. Analytics favor reliability. They want to do things that have been done before. Drivers want progressive. They want action. Now, down here, you'll notice the amiables and expressives, to be persuading with them, they want to hear stories and emotion and art. Whereas up here, an analytical and driver might be heavily quantitative, and they want numbers. And so again, think about engineering and entrepreneurs versus stories and marketing and things down here. Now, amiables want friendship and admiration. They want very badly to be liked and to be accepted into the group. Drivers, for example, maybe don't care as much about being accepted into the group, at least in our culture. And I'm going to talk about culture in a minute. And then expressives also value relationships, but they like to organize people. So these are just some natural preferences. And then I've got one more slide here before I zoom out. How do you manage the 4 styles? And maybe I should change this to how do you communicate with the 4 styles? And just because I don't know what role you're going to have, if you're a manager, then this would be appropriate to say managing. But I'm going to go ahead and change it here for us and say communicating the 4 styles, because communicating with the 4 styles, just in case, because I don't know everyone's situation. With analyticals, they do not like to give advice. So you have to give them sometimes some advice and allow them to make their decision. They usually do make excellent decisions because they think things through very carefully. You need to allow them time. Don't force them to make decisions quickly. I want you to think about also insisting on deadlines. With drivers, if you have them in your team, in your group, be ready to debate. Drivers almost like to argue as a sport, and this very much tires other people out, like amiables and expressives. You can ask my wife. She's an amiable, and I'm a driver. I tire her out sometimes. And that's supposed to be the comic relief for the evening. You can think of your family relationships as well and maybe see them here. I'll come back to that in a second. Expressives, you need to help them develop their goals and provide encouragement, but you need to keep them on task, keep them organized. And with amiables, you also need to allow them to have time, but to provide guidance and nurture that relationship with them and be supportive. So these are just kind of a taste of what you need to do if you're going to communicate with these 4 styles. I'm going to come back to this slide in a minute, but I want you to be thinking about some people in your team or your work unit, or even with your family, and thinking about where would you be on this list? And then where would someone be on this list maybe that you don't communicate very well with? It may be that some of these differences, in what you value, explain some of the reason why you don't get along. Somebody moves quickly and makes decisions. Somebody moves slowly. Somebody is more focused on emotions and relationships versus tasks. So these are all variables you need to think about. So I want to kind of just zoom out and tell you a few more things before we kind of maybe open it up to a few questions. One of the most important things is that there is no right style. It doesn't matter if you're analytical or expressive. It matters what you are is called versatility. Another word for this would be adaptability. How adaptive are you? In sales, we talk about adaptive selling. That means I can analyze my audience and then change the way I communicate with them. So let me give you a good example. I have a friend, a very close friend from my university, who is an amiable. And amiables, remember, don't like to give people advice. They don't like to tell other people what to do, and they like to take their time. This person, though, has done so well. She works for one of the major sales companies in the whole United States, Salesforce, and she has been promoted several times because she's an excellent listener, and she's been forced to now do annual evaluations for people and take on that leadership role. So she's had to adapt and become more versatile, even though that's not her natural style. And it turns out that once she's adapted and developed that skill, she's an amazing leader. But it took some time. On the flip side, you might have someone who's a driver who has to learn to listen, right? And I would be in that boat. I've had to practice listening, and that I've been able to do that, as long as I can remember. So that you can, again, it's not important which of these you think you are as much as that you're adaptive and versatile. And the one point I wanted to also sort of end with is that over all of this, we have to put this circle and put this rubber stamp and say culture goes over all of this. And I can't really spend enough time on it, but when you look at communication across cultures, and certainly I'm giving you examples from interviews and research that I've done here in the United States, but in India, it might be very different in terms of what you've been taught to do, how assertive you've been allowed to, or encouraged to be. In the United States, it is encouraged to disagree, and to disagree even with people older than us. And in other cultures, that's not, you look up to your elders. And so that's a difference in culture. So there are many other examples. In some cultures, in the Middle Eastern cultures and some Central and South American cultures, they're very relationship oriented. One of my very close friends here is from Puerto Rico. His family is very expressive, very relationship oriented, and they will spend all kinds of time with you. And in other cultures, by contrast, Northern European countries, France, Germany, they're very time oriented. So when you look at your team, and I don't know how how diverse your teams are in terms of nationality or background, you may have to adapt some of what I'm saying to fit your context. But I firmly believe that when we go back to these styles, there's a genetic component that's universal. I'll give you one example before we go. So we've got the versatility, we've got the culture. One of my students was from Africa. He was from the Democratic Republic of Congo, and he was a driver. And he told me, Dr. Garner, he said, I just can't stand my culture because they move very slowly. They're very relationship oriented, and I want to go, go, go. I want to achieve things quickly. So it was really interesting. I always tell people sometimes the way you were raised in your culture might be different than your natural personality. It either encourages it or doesn't encourage it. And then, of course, one thing that I should mention as well is that gender roles that we have been taught, and whether it's in the United States or in India or in other places, we have been taught to behave in certain ways, whether assertive or not assertive. I can only speak for here in the United States, and my wife will tell you this is true, that growing up in some conservative communities, she was not taught to be assertive. But I know in other places that our daughter, who's 4 years old, will be taught and encouraged to speak up and be assertive, because that's a cultural and generational shift as well. So other cultures, you have to interpret what I'm saying to fit your situation and your schools. But I think I just wanted to mention that culture maps over all of this. But I think the underlying principles of the way we communicate are still there. How quickly you feel like moving, how assertive you are, and then the nature and nurture interact. So just to kind of summarize, we've talked about why soft skills are important, and we talked about that they have a real fundamental value in the marketplace, and they can have value for your teams and your universities. We like to think as academics that we practice what we preach, but it's so terribly and awfully ironic that sometimes I will witness people who were, for example, in the College of Business, they're teaching human resources and they make a human resource mistake, or they're in teaching leadership and they're not following what they're teaching. We're not always good as academics at doing some of these things, but there's a real economic value for soft skills that we didn't even really touch on, but there's an economic value for your organization in terms of lower turnover rate, increased productivity, all kinds of things like that. We also talked about the challenges of doing a really robust training program. And I mentioned the ideals of training, and I'm not assuming you can do all of those. Most organizations cannot, but thinking about how can we make training that will actually continue throughout the year and not merely be a one-day workshop that's interesting that I then forget the next week and the next week, as opposed to having some kind of an action plan. And then I mentioned as a foundation for the rest of what you're going to do, whether it's teamwork, team building, any other of these soft skills, I truly believe that the foundation of them is understanding yourself and then understanding others. You can't communicate with other people well until you are better able to analyze your audience and understand where they're coming from, both from a personality and from a culture point of view, all kinds of different things. And so you have to understand your own biases. And one of the most interesting things I think people assume is that it's the other person's fault, right? When we're communicating, it must be their fault. But what I would encourage you to also do is look at yourself and say, be fair and say, am I contributing to this problem? It may still be the other person's fault, but what expectations or communication patterns are you bringing to the table that encourage or contribute to that communication challenge? And how could you potentially overcome that? So that's what I have. I'm willing to open it up for questions. I'm going to stop sharing. And Purva, I hope that's sort of what you were thinking about when you asked me to do this.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, because actually we were thinking of somebody who could nicely summarize the entire soft skill thing. We are actually new to this particular thing, and whatever we have thought of, you have actually bettered our expectations. We are overwhelmed by the way you have presented, and I suppose all the participants have enjoyed the lecture thoroughly. And it would be very nice, dear participants, if you could place any questions you have to Professor Garner. And sir, one thing I couldn't just hold myself is that I have actually learned a lot from your presentation. Your timing was immaculate. Just you started and presented, and the way you presented, and we would surely, on the behalf of Department of Home Science, we will be surely in touch for further academic collaborations. So dear
Sure.
participants, please, you are welcome. If anybody has any questions, you can please go through it.
Yes.
I have a question, Purva.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Professor Garner, for a very wonderful lecture, a total overview of the of what soft skill is. And I was thinking of in which group I will belong in this. From your lecture, I was thinking that I'm a driver, I think. But my question is, when you are a driver, what are the qualities that should that I must have beside driving? Beside that thought of driving, what are the good qualities that that a driver should have, so that a leader should have, so that he or she can take the whole group all along with him?
This is a very simple one for me because I am primarily a driver, so I can say, and there are two things. Listening, number one. Drivers have a lot of ideas, but listening is really hard. Number two, being supportive. Drivers are often efficiency minded and focused. You accomplish task A and you're already thinking about task D. So you're thinking 4 steps in the future. When you have a team member that's had a success, if you don't recognize that and celebrate that, that can discourage them because you move past it too quickly. So taking time for celebrating success and then listening are the two important ones there.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Purba.
There's some in the chat box, Purba. I can mention if you like. Let's see. Let's see.
Shomdatta has asked a question, sir. Can a person be a mixture of these four?
Yeah. So, in my experience, I'm gonna pull this back up. Well, briefly. Hang on. Well, what I would say is that in my experience, it's complicated, and I don't want you to think that you are just one style. I need to pull this up to show you what I'm talking about. It's a very good question. Go back to so what I've found with myself and others is that we have one central tendency, and depending on who I am around and what work versus home situations, I might become a little more analytical. And depending on if I'm around, other analyticals, ironically and interestingly, I actually can become expressive. So I would say within reason, you could maybe be centrally a driver who can fall into other modes. But I would say that I don't think it's very often that you could be all four. So I'm even though my wife wishes otherwise and some of my friends, I'm rarely amiable. It's something I have to practice. It's something I have to, literally practice and remind myself to do. But I think the main point here that you're saying, which is true, depending on your work situation, it will bring out different sides of you. And it's very interesting. This might resonate with some of you. You'll find that you're a different person slightly depending on who you're with. If you're with someone very, very quiet, you might react differently, or someone who's a very close friend versus a brother or a sister versus a work colleague. So I believe that our styles flex to accommodate those situations. So it's contextual. It's very challenging, but I think you still have a central style that's waiting to come out.
Thank you, sir. And then Urpita Banerjee, she has asked how to teach soft skills from childhood.
Yes, that's actually, let me get back to you in about 12 years. And once my kids are raised, let me say, here are my kids. Can y'all see my screen? See.
Yes.
So my kids, I think there's a man named David Brooks. I have not read this book, but it's on my reading list. And I think it's The Road to Character. I'm going to just Google that. It may be a little off. He is a kind of a political and intellectual in the United States who's a thinker. And I like almost everything he writes. It's not all about soft skills at all. He writes. He's a journalist, but I think one of the things that here's what I can say. One of the enemies of soft skills, I think, is entitlement. The word entitlement. And I see, interestingly, some of the immigrant students from, whether it's my Hispanic students or many Indian students actually in Atlanta, or others, they're very willing to work really hard. But some of the students who have grown up here in the United States with very wealthy families, they've had everything given to them. So I think the answer lies in getting jobs and internships. I think it's building character early on. We're trying to do it by making our kids do chores, but I think it's having increased responsibility as is appropriate. And then I'm just going to say, I'll let you know, because that's a question that I haven't quite finished answering yet. But I think those are some. I think the entitlement is the problem with many students, and I think another thing is, and you can read a lot of research on this, and there are people who disagree with me. I would be very intentional. Listen to me carefully here. I would be very intentional about how your children and your students interact with technology. When you look at some of the wealthy tech entrepreneurs, the people who invented this stuff, their kids are not on screens. That should tell you something, because it's the people whose parents have 2 jobs and they have to put a screen in front of them. I'm not saying they're bad, but it's teaching their kids certain patterns and not others. So I think those are the things that I'm doing that I think will help. So a similar one for undergraduate students as well. It's just that you don't have as much control over them. Our program here at our university has what's called a PROS program, and that stands for personal ongoing. It's kind of a cheesy acronym. Success. But what it basically means is it's a professional development program. And I think for your students, you might think about this too. We have some things, but it includes, how do you do an interview? How do you have a resume and cover letter? How do you show up to work on time? And it involves things like an internship. So I think one of the other questions was, how do you do it at the undergraduate level? I think I mentioned this briefly, but right now, I don't know about y'all, but we have a lot of remote learning. We're still doing some in person, but it's forcing our students to be more I mentioned self-management as one of the 5 pillars. Our students are having to do a lot more self-management in terms of, no one's making them come to class, and then they think an online class is easier. So it's just like a lot of people are working. A lot of my former students now that I talk to are working fully remote. And so they have to get themselves up, make their breakfast, get to the work, and be productive when no one is forcing them to. So I think any way you can encourage and help students see that what we're teaching them is self-management as well, I think that's important. One question, is there any component of school curriculum that promotes these communication styles? There are a lot of people who use the DISC, and this is another one. To one of my sales colleagues today, and she uses DISC for sales training. My field is communication, and I would say that no, the answer is, in general, they don't use this sort of stuff very often. There's a really interesting gap between undergraduate education and job training. There's a gap there, and you can read this in the literature. There's not a lot of, there may be a few classes. If you take a class in organizational behavior or organizational communication, you will get some of this. But those are the only places that I know of in academia, organizational behavior or work psychology, stuff like that. Excuse me. Purba, do we have time for one or two more questions? I know we're running short on time.
Yeah. Two more questions, like Moua Guho, she has asked a question: which of these qualities should a teacher possess? Teacher.
That means let me give you an example. As I mentioned, I think you can be any style as long as you are adaptive. And let me give you an example. My dad was very introverted, my father growing up. But as a very early child, even though he was very introverted, and I think this actually answers one of the other questions too, he did debate competitions. Do y'all have debate there in India, where you argue back and forth? So my dad did speaking and debate all through grade school into high school and in college. He's now a debate coach. So he has his context and work and the situation he's put himself in has forced him to be more outgoing when he needs to be. And so he's a very effective teacher in that regard. So you absolutely can adapt and develop those. But you have to put yourself in a situation that's uncomfortable for you, because that uncomfortableness will force you to grow a little bit in a different way. That's my experience. Let's see. Let's try this one. This is a hard one. How to adopt a 70-20-10 rule in an Indian environment. Are most of y'all from a university setting or like a business setting?
Most of them, we are all from the university and colleges,
Okay.
either research scholars or teachers.
Yeah, I chose a tough one. Is that Safiq? Thank you for challenging me at midnight here. I need more coffee. So let me go back to remind you what we're talking about here. 70. So again, there's a book by a lady named Elaine Beek, and it's on the science and art of training. There's several different places that, you know, in terms of helping each other, I think, you know, you learn new content. This is where we as academics really specialize. We learn new content, we produce new content. So this is really not the problem for us. Excuse me. I think that the challenge is that, at least in my university, there's a tendency to stay in my own office. Academics are kind of in our own silos, if you will. That's the word we use, where we're by ourselves. So I would say reaching out to work with and cross-disciplinary learning will help you be better at this. It gives you opportunity to practice interacting with different people. It's very tempting for me, I'm going to stop presenting now because you've seen that. It's very tempting for me to just stay in my office and write my journal articles or do my research. But it's much more challenging and takes more, let's just be honest, it takes more time to work with other people. So I think that, but you do learn more when you collaborate with other people. So maybe I think the answer is choose people that you can work well with. We all know people we can't work well with. And then choose people who maybe you have what we would call complementary skill sets. So I'm a qualitative researcher, so I tend to need someone who specializes in quantitative methodology and who has a skill set that's not exactly the same as mine. I'm a really good writer, and so I can bring that to the table as well. So I may need someone who's an analyst and very detailed minded. So that's sort of what I would say is team collaboration And the other way you can do that is getting out into the community, and letting our research have more of a social impact. I'm not sure how many of you are in colleges of business, but that's where I am. And one of the big things for accreditation right now is how is our research impacting society. And so I think that the more we get our work out there, it'll be better for us to learn and continue to learn. So that's the best I have at midnight, Safiq. So, well, thank you for thank you for inviting me, and I hope the rest of your conference goes very well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for this very enlightening, very interactive session. We have learned a lot, and we particularly, Pubalidi would agree with me. She is my HOD, because we are kind of a discipline that has a strong interface with the society on one side and whatever research that is going on in another side. So your lecture is like a stepping stone, and thank you so much for bringing in the entire thing. Whatever we had planned for, you have just struck the right note for the keynote address. We are overwhelmed, sir, and let this be the beginning of a very beautiful academic association and collaboration with you and your university, with our university, and we would look forward to many such encouraging and enlightening sessions in the future also. We all wish you all the very best, and also very best for your two beautiful kids. We happen to see them. So thank you all so much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you again. All right. And good luck with your conference.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So it was a nice experience in the morning to listen to Professor Garner. Now I'm also leaving, and I wish this will be a wonderful experience for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So,
Purba?
dear participants, we have come to an end of this inaugural session. I hope, like us, you all have also enjoyed the lecture, and I would like to extend my heartiest thanks to all the participants who have been here, and for your wonderful questions which have actually made the session a success. So we will take a break here. Just a few words. Our director, as he was actually saying, because most of us are colleagues, so it's better to make things clear here, that I would be giving a link in the chat box, as well as I will share it in the classroom also. And please just fill it up just for the formalities, because just like you all know that we are mere coordinators, we have to submit the list to the academic staff college, so that the certificates you get it in a smooth manner. And anything you feel that we are lacking and we should need improving upon, please feel free to call us. You have our numbers. I have given it in the classroom also. You are there in the WhatsApp group also. So please feel free to call us or inform us if there is any kind of problem. We are always there. Pubalidi is there. I am also there. So let's all of us pray and make this workshop a success. So we will take a leave, and then we will again join at 2:30. Swarnali madam is there. In fact, one of the speakers, she was also
Yes.
there.
Yes.
So it felt very really nice that our resource person is also listening to the first session. So we will take a leave. So, and we will again meet at 12:25, say 5 minutes before the time. We will again meet. So, Pubalidi, do you want to say anything else, or we will just?
No, it's okay. You have told everything because we have to keep the attendance. That is the most important thing that director have directed us. Please try to do that. What the link in the link, and this is also we are also novice in this online mode of coursework. We have done a little on the international webinar, but this coursework we haven't done it yet. This
Short-term
is the
course.
first time that we,
Short-term course,
yes,
Pubalidi.
short term
That's what
course.
we've done.
So so a short term course. We have done a coursework also, PhD coursework, but we haven't done this type of course. So please help us also to improve us and give your suggestions. Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank
We
you
are
all.
ऑडियो वीडियो ऑन ऑफ करो ऑडियो वीडियो অফ হচ্ছে হ্যাঁ মিউট অফ করো শব্দ শুনছে যে
What do you say?
এটা কি এটা
ওই মানুষের প্যারে জমা দিয়ে এটা বিলটা
এটাকে আমারটাই পাঠায় তো সেন্ড করে দাও মামনের একটা অ্যাপ্লিকেশন লাগে আমি চাই আমি তো কালকেই বলেছিলাম তা হ্যাঁ এখন এদিকে 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 এই যে ঢুকতে হবে না দাগ দাগ ঢুকে যাক নাহলে দাগ হয়ে যাবে আর কি দেখার কি আছে এখান থেকে না
তুমি বিদ্যুৎ আসার পর কার্টেশনে চলে আসবা এখানে চলে যাবে গোলাপ ঠিক আছে আর ভিতরে গোড়া দাঁড়িয়ে থাকবে না দাঁড়িয়ে থাকবে
লিখেছে যে ও এই স্কুলের টিচার হ্যাঁ ওইটাই ও চাইছে এবং ওর মাথার ক্যান্সারের পেশেন্ট লিখেছে বাড়ি
এক কপি এমনি জিজ্ঞাসা করবো এক কপি দিকে বলো সে করবে
ও হ্যাঁ
ওরা আলাদা দিকে জিজ্ঞাসা করবো তো সেগুলো তো বলবে একটু আনবো
একটু আগে পড়লে একবারই করে নিয়ে চলে আসতে
হ্যাঁ এখনো করি এখনো মিস করে যাবে
মনে আবার কালকাটা ইউনিভার্সিটিতে একটা ইনপুট ছিল নিজের আবার শুরু হবে 2:30টা থেকে এতক্ষণ অ্যাটেন্ড করলাম আবার নর্থ বেঙ্গলে করতে হবে একটা বন্ধ আমি অ্যাটেন্ডেন্সটা দিতেই ভুলে গেছি সুতির নাইসে সুতির লাগে
আমি বলিনি বলি হ্যাঁ মানে পূর্বা, স্বর্ণালিদি আর ইয়েটা আমি বলে দিচ্ছি,
ওকে ওকে
কৃষ্ণা আর স্বর্ণালিদি। হ্যাঁ, ঠিক আছে।
Pubalidi? Hello, Pubalidi? Pubalidi?
Well, yes.
Pubalidi?
Can we start? Yes.
Yeah. Now
Can you hear me?
Our speaker has joined.
No.
She was saying that
No.
she could not join because she has requested, but the requested was not accepted.
But I didn't. But
No, she has joined already.
please
Ma'am.
ask her. Oh. She has joined. So
Actually, I can't see her.
can't see her.
নিবেদিতা দি আপনি কি জয়েন করেছেন? নিবেদিতা গুপ্ত.
Ma'am, she has joined. Please see alphabetically.
Yes. She has joined. Purva,
Okay.
you can start.
Okay. Yes, she has joined. Let me pin her.
আচ্ছা রেকর্ডিং মানে করেছিস তো?
Yes, ma'am. Recording has been started. Yes, ma'am. It has been started.
Yes.
Recording also.
Yes, thank you.
So good afternoon all. I sincerely apologize for the delay in the journey.
Hello.
Yeah, Nivedita madam, please put on your camera.
Listen, I am not very comfortable with the laptop. That's why I was insisting on doing it in the mobile. But I'm not being able to connect with the mobile. I'm so sorry.
Okay, no problem. Nivedita madam is a faculty of future group of colleges, and she has a vast experience. Without much delay, I would like her to take the stage and speak on her deliberation on leadership skills. Madam.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Due to certain technical issues, I'm sorry I was a bit late. Am I audible, please? Can you?
Yes,
yes, okay. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm honored that I have professors with me of different areas of subjects, and I'm happy that I can share my views with you people. Before I start with my going more delving into the leadership activities, I would like to refer one particular historical event. The event was 12th March 1930, and the incident was Dandi March, which is also known as Salt Satyagraha. And we all know about this Dandi March issue. It was like the Britishers were selling salts made in the factories, and Mahatma Gandhi Bapuji deliberately protested against it, and then hence the Dandi March. It was a long 24 days march from Sabarmati to Dandi, and there were initially 78 believers. So I will not go to that. I will go to one particular incident where the morning when Bapuji was supposed to start his march, just before that, two of his followers came and said, Bapuji, you want to go to the Dandi beach, but on the way, the Britishers have put their police and they are up to arresting you. So it's better that we cancel this and we can do it again. But somehow someone has tipped the British government, and they are waiting and they are bent on arresting you. So Gandhiji listened to it quietly, and then he said, I am to go. If you want, you can come. If you don't want, you are at liberty to stay back. And he, 71 years young man, he walked first 10 steps, and then he looked back and said, Ekla chalo re. And again he started moving. Now here, Ekla chalo re, this song we all know was written in 1905 by Rabindranath Tagore, and Gandhiji was very, very much motivated by this song. So he started walking, and bit by bit, 2, 3, 4 people, his disciples, his followers, started following him. And by no time, there were more people waiting on the road who joined the march, and very, very soon it was a huge ocean of people following Gandhiji to the beach of Dundee. What happened there, we all know. We will not go to that details. What I want to tell through this story is the soft but firm behavior of Bapuji, who undoubtedly is one of the best leaders born in our country. The word leader is not something that one can acquire. Yes, they can acquire some qualities, they can practice them, they can accumulate them and put it in their personal life. But some believe that people are born with leadership. Now, this is a question which has to be pondered, because if a person is born with a leadership quality, then why not the others are leaders? Steve Jobs says management is about persuading people to do things they want the employees to do. But leadership is about inspiring people to do things they have never thought of doing ever. So Steve Jobs again is one of the brilliant person by whose technical acumen we are here talking through digital window. He believes that leadership is all about inspiring people to do things they have never thought they could do. So when again I refer to Gandhiji, when Gandhiji said Ekla cholo re, and he moved on, the other people who were scared of being arrested by the British government people, the police, they followed him. Gandhiji never told anyone, please come. He just walked on. And he inspired his followers to follow him. So leaders are those people who do the right things, apparently, manages people to do what they want to do in a decent way. Leadership is the art of motivating a group of people to act towards achieving a common goal. It can be anything. It can be just anything. Let us take an example of a wedding ceremony taking place in our family, and the different kind of works are delegated to different people. But somehow, unknowingly or knowingly, we see that we are reporting to one particular person. Why? That if we cannot put our finger on it just like that. It's just that we feel comfortable to relate to that person about the work that we are supposed to do, and if we are doing it. I would like to know whether you have felt the same or not. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Do you want to ask me any questions so far? Hello?
No, ma'am, no question.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Right. So I go back. This is a very commonplace example that I am giving. If we all are professors and we are fully aware of the functions that take place in our college, the freshers welcome, the fest, the teachers day, celebration of teachers day, etc. If you have noticed the students with full zeal and vigor, they form groups and they impart duties to each of the group. But somehow, somewhere, there are 2-3 people who take the feedback from them at the end of the day. But then why do the others feel comfortable with them? Let us talk about the characteristics that a leader automatically exudes, makes others feel. A leader has a feeling of bringing everybody under the same umbrella which he is sharing, which we can say in a good English word, integrity. Then he just says, Group A, you do this. Group B, you do this. I will be with Group C. Group D, if you have any problem, let me know. I am with everybody. Whenever you want me, just give me a call. That again, if we pick up the right words for this, we will tell it the ability to delegate. The main thing, the 6 points that I would like to discuss today, I find the main and the foremost quality that a leader should have is communication. A good leader with a bad communication cannot be a leader. And a good communicator without certain leading qualities or characteristics or attributes cannot be, again, a good leader. So leadership is communicating with people. When it is coming to communicating with people, here communication, again, I will divide it to 2 parts. One is the interpersonal communication and the other is interpersonal communication. A good leader is he or she who is flexible in mind, who has empathy, can feel for the people he is guiding. Then only he can be a good interpersonal communicator, a person who is true to his own mind, one who can talk to his own mind sincerely, can only talk to the others with that same sincerity. A person who is not having empathy, just sympathy won't do. A good leader showing sympathy is not enough. A good leader having empathetic skills definitely is a good leader. So communication is the foremost point that makes a team, a integrated, solid team followed by a good leader. When it comes to intrapersonal, self-awareness is very important. Self-awareness is how much I can do, my ability, my limitations. Anyone can aspire to be a leader. Anyone can have a hidden desire to become a leader, lead people, and get the applause, the accolades. But first, he has to ask himself, am I good enough to be a leader? Do I have the ability to lead a group? Asking oneself is very, very essential. So a leader who has a self-awareness within himself can only be a good leader. The next point, again, that I want to explain, here again, I will give one small incident. I will refer to one small incident. It was a long time back. I don't remember the year, but when I am talking, it just came in my mind and I want to share it with you. Charlie Chaplin had declared that he wants to retire, and he was awarded an Oscar, and I am talking about that particular situation, that particular incident when Charlie Chaplin walked into the stage and he was given a standing ovation of 12 long minutes, which is the largest ovation in the record of the film fraternity. If you go through the video, it's available in YouTube, you will see Charlie Chaplin crying. He is in all tears. That is all right. We can understand the man is emotional. He is moved because of the standing ovation. But if the camera is panned towards the audience, you will notice that the audience are also crying. Now, it cannot be just emotion, just outburst of some tickling in the mind and tears coming out. No, no. This common understanding between the audience and Charlie Chaplin was purely gratitude. Charlie Chaplin crying because the audience giving a standing ovation, that is understood. But why the audience are crying? Because that was their way of showing gratitude. Mr. Chaplin, thank you for giving us such lovely movies that will remain immortal ever. So gratitude is something which is very, very essential for a leader to feel. Telling sorry or telling thank you is difficult. Thank you, okay, it can come automatically, but saying sorry is difficult because when you say sorry, when one person says sorry, he is bowing down a little bit. He is not bowing down, his ego is bowing down. That is why it is very, very difficult for certain people, for certain group of people, or for a particular person to say sorry, because it hits his or her ego to say that. If that is what happens to be in the mind of a person who thinks of becoming a leader, I'm sorry, he is not at all fit for being a good leader. Because gratitude is thank you and also sorry. Any question? Anything that you want to ask before I go on? Hello? Hello?
No, ma'am.
No, it seems no question.
See Madam Haldar saying no, and
no, ma'am, not yet.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Madam Guha, thank you so much.
Yeah.
So, shall we continue, please?
Carry on, please, ma'am.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, I go to the next point. Again, it is the ability to learn. See, when I am talking about these points, these are all intra. Feeling gratitude towards others, feeling empathy towards others, and again the agility to learn, being flexible. I am a leader, why should I learn? I will teach others. I will not learn. This reminds me, long time back, I was in Siliguri then with Techno India. I was in the training division, and there came a person who wanted to act as a boss in a particular session of recruitment. And there he once said to the others, I am the boss, so you have to listen to me. Whatever I say, you have to listen to me. Someone quipped from the back, it's very unfortunate, Mr. Mazumdar, that you have to remind us that you are the boss. Because we are habituated to have a boss who does not say he is a boss. And the whole group was laughing. Of course, Mr. Mazumdar left the job and went back to Hindmotors again. So see, if a person has to remind his people, I am the boss, that is very ridiculous. Let others feel he is the boss. That is what leadership is all about. So if you are ready to learn, you learn. If you are not ready to learn, you are rigid, then you do not be a boss to others. You cannot be a boss to others, because learning in the path of moving with the team, learning, experiencing is very natural. A person cannot know everything. It's not possible for a person to know everything. We are learning every day, every moment we are learning. Therefore, learning agility, to be agile, to be open to learn is very mandatory for the attributes of being a leader. Last but not the least is respect. It is something which has to come with empathy. If you have empathy, if you consider your team member as equal as you, not as a leader, but equal as you as a human being, then you definitely will be having empathy. And when you have empathy, naturally, you will be respecting his existence. Without respect, a leader cannot force others to make them respect him. To get respect from others, it is definitely mandatory to have the ability to show respect to others. Courage also is something which I feel is to be mentioned here, because it is very hard to say what is courage. Courage is not facing a group of people with lathi in their hand, or courage is not walking in a dense forest all by myself, dark, dense, not that kind of courage that a leader requires. Courage is that activity which Bapuji had shown when he took the first step, walked 9 more steps, turned back and smiled and said, Ekla chalo re. That is courage. That is what instills in others. He didn't say anything. He just said, that's it. But in a very subtle way, he said, I am going. Don't worry. I am there. Just follow me. It is not voicing out. It is just making others feel. So these are the categories that we are having a very short time of 1 hour, and leadership is so vast. Leadership is something which one can go on and on and on, talking about so many things. The main part that a leader is all about is influencing the people. Influencing the people, the word influence is something which might not be liked by people. What is influence? You cannot influence a person. If you are trying to influence a person, then it is you are showing your superiority over that person. When you are trying to influence a person, you are in a very soft way saying, look, I am superior to you. That is why I'm trying to influence you. No. The right word, what I feel, is trying to convince a person, trying to reason with that person. Once you be patient and reason with the person and point out the plus and minus points of a particular issue and help him to understand that he might be wrong, or maybe his way of looking at the thing, his perception is slightly different from what is required. Once this thing can be put forward, towards a member, that member will automatically say, yes, you are correct. I am ready to go on with your idea. That is convincing. That is not influencing. Because I also myself find influence is quite different in its word itself. It's not transparent. It's not transparent because when a leader is trying to convince a person, his emotional intelligence is very important. His emotional intelligence is important because he is trying to build the trust among his team members. When he is capable of building the trust among his team members, then only he will be recognized as a leader. Okay, now, do you want to ask me any question before I go to the next part? Anything which comes in your mind, you can feel absolutely free to.
Ma'am, can I ask a question? Ma'am, can I ask a question?
Of course, ma'am, of course.
Okay. First of all, thank you so much for the enriching lecture that you are giving us. I just wanted to ask you, as you said, that if we talk about leadership, we should not show any kind of superiority, or we should not try to influence others to let them do whatever we want them to work for us. But I have experienced when I worked, there will be many people, they will have different thoughts, different opinion. So at that time, if I don't possess certain qualities or certain things that others will admire, they are not going to listen to me. And there will be several people, one section of the people will say something, others will have different opinion. So after listening to them, I will have to come to a point. So if I want to be empathetic towards everyone, and if I try to convince everyone, because we have limited time and limited resources, then it becomes very difficult to work practically. So is it possible for a person to be truly a leader in all the aspects practically? Is it a mirage, or is it how much it is practical? I just wanted to ask you.
Thank you so much, Madam Irani, Ruxana Madam. Thank you so much. I fully agree to what you say. Yes, but then I don't think it's a mirage. It cannot be a mirage. Leadership is something which we do not have now. Yes, if you talk about our present situation, it might seem as if it's a mirage, but then we did have certain great leaders in the past, like we have had Netaji with us, and then of course we have Bapuji, and then how can we forget Swami Vivekananda? We are still influenced, or rather convinced, by his saying. I want to just say, madam, that when you are having a situation where you are to be the leader flagship is in your hand, the first thing that you have to do is to build the trust. You have to make others understand that you are there to help them do the work. Not like, as I said, Mr. Mazumdar had told us, I am the boss, you have to listen to me. This does not work. This does not work at all. So the first thing that you have to do is, I feel, of course, situations may differ from person to person. Building trust is very important, and for that, communication has to be very, very subtle. And then you can convince them, you can narrate the work, what they are supposed to do, you can delegate them the work and make them feel that you are always there. yes, it is difficult. It is easy to say than done. I agree to it. But somewhere down the channel, I also feel that trust building can make things easier. Now, if you're saying the time is short, it depends on how much time. If it is an hour, of course, it is slightly difficult. But if it is a couple of days, it is slightly comfortable. Therefore, having all these, the points that I had said, they are the inbuilt criteria of a leader. But the foremost is communication, and through your communication, you need to make people slowly and slowly trust you. Then only you will be able to convince them. If you feel that convince is difficult, I think influencing is even more difficult, because influencing a person takes more time than convincing a person. Am I clear to you, Ruxana madam?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Did your question been answered? I
Yes,
would
ma'am.
definitely want that you get satisfied with my answer. And
Yes,
if
ma'am.
not,
Yes, I
yes,
understood,
madam.
because I think if it's about short term, then influence can work for a short period of time. But if we want to do something really big, and for if we think about long term goals, then convincing and walking together towards some certain goals, that is more effective.
Yes,
Thank
madam.
you so much.
Absolutely correct. Yes. Because
Madam,
leadership
madam,
is some, yes, yes, please.
Madam, I think logic is the first thing that leaders must have. Now, if we can talk with logic, then it is easier to convince all the people.
Yes, yes, that logic part again is falling in the intrapersonal section, madam. If a person is rigid with not allowing himself or herself to listen to what other people are saying and trying to analyze the situation, if his or her ego is stopping from analyzing the situation, then he cannot be a good leader, because logic is very important. Yes, someone is saying something, sir, can I do this? Can I take this path? If he is correct and if you are wrong, if you are saying, let us go on the right hand side, and someone says, sir, I think left hand side will be easier, and if it goes against your ego to listen to it, then you are not a good leader. Allow yourself to find out the logical aspect why this person is asking me to go on the left hand side. Yes, madam, you are absolutely correct. Logic is very important. Very, very important. Have I satisfied, madam, your question?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Anything else? Anything else? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm rephrasing. Any more question? No. Then I will go to the second part of a brief but second part of the leadership issue. There has to be an objective. Without an object in mind, or without having a goal, leadership cannot happen. You cannot be a leader just like that. You need to have a goal. You need to have an objective. So setting that objective is very important. And accordingly, you plan. Since we all are matured people here, I would like to share one small feeling of mine which I went through yesterday night. I was watching a web series called The Final Call. The name of the web series is The Final Call. It's an excellent, gripping, riveting web series which you can enjoy. It's a 8-episode web series. I will not go to the detail, but I will just tell you about the leadership part. There is this suicidal pilot who is under great trauma, and he decides to commit suicide when he is flying a plane from Bombay to Sydney. And things go haywire. There are a lot of happenings, and the situation is such that the senior officer in the control room is totally under the impression to stop making this man make a mistake. He is bent on committing suicide, let others die. He is not bothered with that. And from that point, she takes control over the situation. Her objective is to save the passengers along with the pilot. And the way she is planning, the way she is using her every bit of integrity with his team. There is an outsider who wants to make things go disarrayed, but she fights with everything, and finally she is able to convince the pilot to make a crash landing. What happens later, I will again not go to that part. What I want to focus is that lady, this lady, Mrs. Mirza, the way she is leading the entire team, and her objective and her planning, her decision making, her honesty. Why I am talking about honesty, again, I will not tell, because this is a twist in the end. But when you go through this, if you go through this, you will understand why I am harping on the word honesty. Enthusiasm. All these are very, very important qualities, attributes of a leader. For same purpose, there are so many, there are at least 20, 25 qualities. It is not enough to segregate 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it isn't, because every situation brings up a new aspect for a leader to work accordingly as a leader. But then it depends. It depends. When you are on the bridge, then you think of crossing the bridge, right? You cannot stand on this part of the bridge and think, how am I going to cross the bridge? It might break in the middle. No. You will think about crossing the bridge when you are already on it. So that is what leadership is. We do know that certain group of attributes or certain qualities are required to become a leader. But every situation makes that person who is leading a team realize different facets of his character to come forward to handle the situation. Emotional stability again is very, very important. Very important. Emotional stability, or you call it emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is a big word, it's a vast word, but emotional stability is a very, very important aspect. If you are broken, the dream breaks. If you surrender, the team surrenders. Again, I will refer to this web series. I don't know whether you people have seen it or not, but those who have seen might be realizing what I am trying to say. And if you have not seen, then I will, as a friend, I will request you to experience something beautiful when it comes to leadership. Since we are doing leadership, something very nice. So emotional stability is the most important part when you are deep down into a problem. And you are leading a team, you are having a particular issue in your hand, and you will not be facing problem. It is not possible. You are a leader, you have some people under your umbrella, and you are determined to go forward. So you have to be mentally prepared to come through difficulties. And you have to be emotionally stable. You have to be motivating. If you, again I say, if you are broken, the team breaks. So if you have that motivating quality in you, you can hide your emotions, your fear, and instigate others to stand straight again. And that is where the motivational attitude comes. Behavior. Attitude again is a very big word. Behavior comes. Motivational behavior is equal to empathy. The last part of this attribute thing, I would like to ask you a question. Do you think being social, a person who is very social, is a good leader? Is it mandatory to become social to become a good leader? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes,
Yes, ma'am.
yes.
Yes, ma'am.
She must be, must have, so, must
Yes, but
very
a
social.
social person may not always be a leader.
But now, my question was, is it mandatory for a leader to be social or society oriented?
Yeah, otherwise how
Has
can
to
he
follow what the society says.
Ma'am, empaths should be socially oriented, definitely. How otherwise how can he feel for the other person?
No, that is feeling for the other person is the part of empathy. I am asking you the question. I will rephrase it. Is it mandatory for the leader to pay attention to what exactly the society is saying? The society is saying do this or you do not do this. So is it mandatory for the leader to follow that?
No.
Ma'am, I think it is mandatory.
But then a leader has to be social. Without
Yes,
being
ma'am, because
social, how can a person be a leader?
yes, ma'am. Without being social, I think it's very difficult to be a leader, because whenever we are trying to lead something, we are part of the society. Until or unless we understand the problems and the ways of society, we will not be able to convince others the way they think. We will not be able to make them understand our point of view, because society affects our way of thinking, our way of living.
Right, madam. Yes. I would like to listen to, yes, my namesake, Nivedita Bhattacharya. Yes, madam.
Ma'am, I have two aspects.
Hello, madam. Yes.
To the answer, or rather to the question. One is that yes, the leader has to definitely be social, in the sense that social interaction is very important. But if he is social to the extent that he accepts every societal norm, then a leader will never be able to bring about changes in the society. So if, for example, if you take Raja Ram Mohan Roy, he definitely was social. He was otherwise interaction. But if he had accepted every social norm because he was social, then he would not have been able to bring about the changes in sati system, etc., and women's education. So I think it's
yes, excellent, madam, excellent. Yes, yes, please carry on. Please carry on.
So that's why I think a leader has to be very aware of he has to be social in the sense that he has to be able to interact with people, otherwise he'll never be able to convince them. But at the same time, he should not be socially dogmatic. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes, madam, absolutely. When I asked this question, I had two persons in my mind precisely. You have spoken about Madam Bhattacharya, you have spoken about Raja Ram Mohan Roy, and I have another person in my mind who was a great leader, but he had to fight against the society. Any suggestion, any guess? Madam Haldar, you wanted to talk to me, but then I think somehow you decided
ma'am,
to...
I was just saying that it is mandatory for a leader to become be a social person, but all social person may not be a leader, because it's the same with Nivedita madam has already spoken before, that you get swayed away by the crowd sometimes if you're very social. So that should not be. The individuality should be there.
Yes, because one has to be having a object, focused on the object, what he or she wants to do. I would like to talk about another person, they share the almost same platform as Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Maybe the timing is slightly delayed for that issue, but what Nivedita ma'am has said is perfectly correct. And I would like to talk about another leader. Any guess? Any guesses? Who had to fight the society a lot? Being in the society, he had to fight a lot to establish himself. Sorry, ma'am?
Vidyasagar?
Ma'am, please come again.
And Vidyasagar?
Yes, 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 yes. Thank you so much, ma'am. Yes. The great, yes, Vidyasagar, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. Yes, yes. He was again a great leader who was very much in the society, but he fought against the
নাম্বার গুলো কাট পেস্ট কাজ করছে না, অদ্ভুত অদ্ভুত জিনিস কাজ করছে।
Ma'am, RM Physics, Calcutta University, kindly mute yourself. There is a disturbance. Yes, please.
Okay, ma'am. I think my time is over. It was fine talking to you all. Wish we had some more time so that we could share our views. Better luck next time. It was very, very enjoyable session with you all, madam.
Ma'am, I just wanted to comment.
Can
I just wanted to say something.
Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the informative lecture. I just wanted to ask you that being social, does it mean that conforming to all the things that is happening in the society? According to me, I don't think being social means whatever wrongdoings are happening in the society. If a person agrees to that, that is not being social. Social person is someone who is aware of the good things as well as the wrongdoings that are happening in the society. So being social means understanding the societal ways and differentiating what is wrong and what is right, and accordingly taking right decision for the well-being of the whole society.
Yes, madam, absolutely correct. That is what Nivedita madam said for Ram Mohan, and we were discussing Vidyasagar. Very much in the society, they knew the bad side of the society, and they tried to be in the society and rectify, clean that debris from the society. Thank you, all of you. Can I I will seek your permission to take a leave, my fellow members in this session.
Thank you, Nivedita Di. Thank you for your interactive lecture. Thank you so much for sparing your time, despite the fact that you were so busy. You could make a little bit of squeeze.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Shumbata madam. I was very keen to go for another session, but we are having some virtual meeting with the executive director, sir, in the college. That's why I had to cancel my second phase. Let's see if we can have some more, if I can have some more chance to interact with you people, I would love to be a part of it again.
Sure. So thank you. I hope all of you have enjoyed the lecture today, and as far as our course is concerned, most of you have already responded. I was seeing some 41 people have already responded in the attendance sheet, and those who have not done it, please give your attendance in the attendance link that has been provided. And now we will take a small break, and we will again gather at about 3:45. We will again sorry, it's what? Yeah, 3:45. We will again gather, and then we will start another session. Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody. Bye. Hope to meet again. Thank you so much.
Sure.
হ্যাঁ পূর্বা 3:45 ঢুকবে, তাহলে কি আমি বলে দেবো ঢুকতে?
একটা ব্রেক নিলাম, যে মানে একটু পরে এখন যদি সবাই ঘুরে আসতে একটু ঘুরে আসতে।
ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে।